what's up? You are here quickly today. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm just getting myself set up. Whew. I'm excited to figure out what's so great about this Archon quest that makes everybody freak out about it. Alright. Let me change it to controller real quick. Alright, gonna run and do my commissions while I wait to see if anybody else is joining. I know a lot of people were busy today. You can hear me, right? Just let me know you can hear me. I'm always nervous that no one can hear me. Cool. Okay. I don't know why I warped in here. That's not going to get me anywhere. Lord, I gotta turn that brightness down. It is killing my eyeballs. We'll just wait like a few more minutes, just long enough for me to do my commissions, and then we'll get started. I won't wait too long. So I'm excited to get down into the nitty-gritty of what everybody's been talking about. I can't wait. Oh, why is it so far away? Up, I think, is where it wants me to go. No, down. Damn it. Down, Farina. Oh my god, why is it so far down? Come here, feller. I'm not good at what speaking. I'm not good at speaking. I'm not good at the underwater exploration yet. I'm excited to start exploring Fontaine though. Here soon. Do you hear my dog's little tippy tappies walking around? Damn it! I just teleported to the wrong one! Okay. Oh no, not the high ping. Why are you doing that? I hope it doesn't do that a lot. Hopefully it's not destroying the stream right now. My commission took a long time. Oops. I have perfect aim. Ugh, this is making me a little nauseous. Loud. don't know how I feel about that. That was not fun for my tummy. Okay, halfway done with the commissions and then we can go. I think we're starting out with exploring the ruins today. With Navia. I started pre-farming for Navia yesterday. I think I need a bow for this. I just...
Give me a moment to compose myself.
What a weird team. I'm sorry the ping keeps spiking. I hope that's not annoying. It's annoying me. Makes it impossible to do anything. Don't blame my bad aim, blame the ping. I don't know why it's so bad today. I'm not even doing anything on my internet. I'm never doing anything on my internet, and it still is dumb as hell.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Oof, I need to change this team. My teams are all wacky from when I was doing the challenges where I made weird teams. I just haven't fixed them yet.
Emerge. Shower you threat.
A bitter pill to swallow. Silence.
Where are they at? Ow.
Right here. Emerge. Nothing lasts forever.
Okay. I think that was all four. Should have been all four. Okay. We go claim them, and then we will start. I don't want to wait much longer, so other people will just have to join when they join. They'll get here eventually.
Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for Ad Astra.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to. Okay. So, I think... we'll just go from up here. Longest run ever. At least we get to look at Miko's pretty hair. Okay. What the hell? Did anyone else see that? I just freeze like that. I thought someone was trying to join. That's usually when it like lags like that, is when someone tries to join me.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Yes, Mother Navia. Well, that's pretty. I love when the sun rays are like that. I feel like I have to make sure there's no chests around here. I'll have a stroke.
Strike a pose.
I can't even go that far. Yeah. Okay, cool. Nothing over there? Okay. Oh?
The doctor will see you right now. Emerge.
Bow your head. A bitter pill to swallow.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it just scared the shit out of me. Okay. What the fuck? That was dumb. What the hell? That was not my fault.
The doctor will see you. This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right.
Hmm.
I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Ah, shit.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end.
How is Navia supposed to get over there? And I guess she can jump just like everyone else. Can you imagine how scary that would be, like actually having to jump over, like literally your death? And like what if a drop accidentally hits you? Because it's like dripping. Like what if you get hit by a fucking drop and you just die? Wow. Oh my god, that's so pretty. I love it. It's giving me like Enkanomiya kind of vibes, but also not. Ah, I love it. This is the shit that I play Genshin for. Don't know why my ping is being so silly right now. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Wait.
Ah!
Something wrong with
Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck just happened? Ugh. Whew.
Demoiselle.
I'm always afraid they're gonna randomly kill off a character.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here?
Wait, what the
by
fuck?
yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
What the fuck?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
What the fuck?
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Does this mean like everybody who's been dissolved is still alive?
Something the matter, Demoiselle?
They're just
Oh,
like trapped?
No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to
I'm
calm
confused.
someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh,
Excuse me.
by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
I need more information. What is happening?
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously.
Was her name one of the people that
I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure.
didn't make it? I can't remember.
Why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking.
The only one I remember is
Please, come to the
Desiree.
Opera House. Your
Because we were
trial is
talking
going to
about it.
begin.
Your trial?
My trial? Wait. Why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Well, I mean, that's good. Hopefully good news. But is the Traveler about to think Navia's fucking dead?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina,
Ah, okay. There's a name I recognize.
Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
Oops.
All right.
Did I just mute myself?
Are you sure you can stand?
I think I
behind me?
accidentally muted myself.
Typically,
Well,
it
guess we'll
wouldn't
find
be
out.
allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Nervalette is? And why I am standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates.
Are they about to, like,
nearly
tell her they're
everyone
mad
in
at
the
her
Spina
because
di
she let so many
Rasula
people
fought
get hurt?
For the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you
What?
stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Fuck you
We
mean?
are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly...
What, are they trying to say that he, like, grabbed her?
Therefore,
Like,
this
they
fair
took
and
her to the
honorable
sea?
court shall declare you guilty, and you shall
Excuse
stay
me?
here. You will be
This
together
guy
with
is
us
Delulu.
forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Oh, well, if that's what you think,
What?
then I have no further comments.
This literally feels like what my dreams are like.
Wonderful, Miss
Nothing
Navia.
makes sense. I'm confused. Everyone's yelling at me.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Everyone laughing at me, that's... Yeah.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
It makes sense now why they, like, went out of their way to have Paimon read each individual name of who didn't make
I
it.
wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Hey,
Indeed,
Lula.
even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change
This
the fact
guy's
that her
fucking
beautiful
creepy.
soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will
You should
surely
sleep.
accept her
You should really
kindness.
sleep. That's not healthy for
Everything
you.
is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We
This guy
and
is a
Navia are
creep.
one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, fucking trivia. What the hell?
We acknowledge it.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head. It hurts.
Demoiselle,
I just want to know what the Traveler is thinking right now.
It hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me.
Aw, Lula, stop it. That will make me cry.
Everything that seemed odd
You are
from
too
the very
sweet.
beginning.
What is happening?
Marina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Is Navia like the first Genshin character that is dead but still playable?
Must you be so stubborn? How
No one
could
tell
the
me.
two of you possibly hope to stand against
I feel like I would have
the
seen a
collective?
spoiler though if that's the
Do
case.
not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she... Silence.
Oh? Oh?
That's...
Hello, sir. Welcome to the party.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Yes, pop off.
Thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
What?
Go on now, Demoiselle.
What's happening?
This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Aww.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
At least she got to say goodbye.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey, Navia?
You're awake.
Oh,
Good.
he is here.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
Yeah, that hurt.
Looks like you're all right.
That was really sad.
Sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I
I want to see. Show us what you did.
What is it?
I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you.
Oh, see what? Huh?
It was only
Have I
for
been
a
saying
moment,
that wrong all this
perhaps
time?
even a fraction of a second. But they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Well, today I learned I've been fucking saying that wrong.
To protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
I like the way he whispered that. Loud.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type of people there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why
Hi,
didn't you
Kayla.
just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Is it really sad? I've heard it's gonna emotionally damage me, so...
Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days.
He's so
Her
desperate to
work
have
in the
something to talk
fortress of
about.
Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see.
I'm doing
Well,
good.
that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
You're sick? Oh no.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else.
Conversations like this give me the ick.
Neverlet,
I hate small talk.
You're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Did I prepare tissues? I didn't. I'm gonna just
Yes,
like
of
snot
course.
all over my arm.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Oh god. I literally cannot stand small talk.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the
I can't
ruins would take
stand
very
like
long, and you
awkward
would've gotten
conversation.
back
It
things
gives
up so
me
quickly.
secondhand, I don't know, not embarrassment I guess, but secondhand anxiety where I'm like, oh no, I can't do it.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting.
I
like
hope you're
that.
getting some
I'm
rest
feeling
when
much
you're
better now.
sick.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I always have to look for chests, I can't
Yes,
help it.
if you wouldn't mind
See who I
my
am
company.
inside.
All right,
Oh god! Oh god!
let's get going.
Oh god!
No,
Oh
another unstable path. Watch your step.
no! Damn, the way that like just gave me so much anxiety. What are you doing? What the f- What the f- Oh, okay, okay, alright. Get wrecked! I about jumped off the edge right there. I guess there's a ledge down there. Gotta love climbing in Genshin. There is no logic or reason to it.
You're almost at the top. Keep it up.
Get wrecked!
Seems like an emergency.
Emerge.
Yoo-hoo! Let the world collide!
Silence!
Why? My ping is high again. I'm really sorry, you guys, if you can even hear me. Surprised it's a stream, but even keep going at this point. I promise you guys, the second I actually have some money and potentially make some money while streaming one day, I will get better internet. I promise. We're not there yet, but one day I will be, and I will get better internet. Oh, the music is so pretty. I really like this ruin dungeon. I'm like, I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I'm like obsessed with ruins and ancient like civilizations and stuff is my thing. So I could look at this shit all day long. That's so beautiful. I love it. Nico Robin IRL.
Looks like we've reached the end.
I'm glad Navia's okay. That was nerve-wracking
This is the
for a few
place.
minutes, thinking Navia
Should
was
not
going to
be
get
any
killed
other
off in the
hidden
storyline.
spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Does anyone play Honkai Star Rail in here? Because I don't want to say the name in case there's somebody who's not to the part yet, but I'm genuinely confused about the certain character that like dies in the quest if they're actually dead. Like, are they? Does anyone know? Because I'm very confused about that. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, please tell me if they're actually dead or not.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Is that Farina?
Could we take them down and have a look?
Oh, I see the Farina one over on the
Should
side
just
now.
leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes.
I'm sorry, Lula, if I spoiled
Indeed,
you.
The slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
She said it was taken by the one that one. Oh,
Person kneeling here. She's
maybe.
so
I don't know. It
dedicated.
confuses me.
And there's
Because
a
I was talking to
woman
Ryan about it, and he
who
said that
Fontaine
she's
is doing the
definitely
same.
dead. But I'm like, I feel like,
She's facing
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we're going to get more information in another quest eventually.
What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And
Sky Island!
late
Sky Island!
in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
You'll forget about it.
People will all be
That's how I
dissolved
try to
into the
feel about
waters,
spoilers.
and only the Hydro
Because I've been getting a ridiculous amount of One Piece manga spoilers. Yeah. I mean, she's one of the most useful characters, so that would really suck if she actually is dead. But I've been getting like a shit ton of manga spoilers lately, like people going out of their way to send them to me because they're freaking assholes. And I keep telling myself I'm going to forget about it, but when you get the same spoiler like 5 times, it's hard to forget it. Poor baby Farina. Yo, what you doing? I don't think they would actually make her no longer a playable character, though. Because isn't there a character in Honkai Impact that got killed and is still usable?
To us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Excuse me. Kilo, we were trying not to put that in the chat.
That's right. If the images
I'm
are
just
in
gonna remove that.
chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And Yet the order is
I don't think
reversed.
Lulu's at that part yet, so. I can't even tell what. Oh, okay.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created
Oh, no,
these
you're
slates
fine,
and
Kilo.
left
It's okay.
these words here?
I think most people know about it, so it's not a big deal. But I
Seems
still
that
like
any
to avoid
further
spoilers
clues
as
will
much
have
as
to come
possible.
from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
I just wanted to look at them again. I mean, I'm not sure I understood all of that. Maybe I would have to read it again, but I'm not quite sure I understand everything. But, you know, maybe I'm not supposed to.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
She took a little nappy nap when she almost fucking died.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well.
I wonder what
If you
Farina
have
has to
time,
say
drop
about
by
it.
my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. Alright. I'll be on my way then.
I can't wait to pull her. She's so pretty.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navia, no, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimons!
Is that garlic bread over there? Oh my lord. I love garlic bread.
Oh,
What the
voice.
fuck?
Is that who I think it is?
Mona?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? Mona? We haven't seen Mona in a long time. Hello?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait,
Mona
you're
does
not
just
a
show up.
Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll. when
I'm
I
happy to
bumped
see
into
her.
you. quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing.
Well, now I want to know.
Hag told me when she
Do
took
we
me
know?
as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so heady.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Oh yeah, just drop
Speaking
that.
of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel.
I love her
and
voice.
Speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't
What a good
often that I
person to
see
run
you with
into,
such a
right?
serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologers.
I forgot how cute Mona is.
All the people we know, you know the stars the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything a di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Paimon's fault.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you. That's more like it.
Ow.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
We found him. Here he is. Sorry. I do too much. I'm sorry, I keep yawning. I promise I'm not actually that tired.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they
Oh, no.
seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
Oh my god. Her eyes in that moment.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding
He's being
the
very
previous
stern.
Archon? My
I like it.
deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
I know she's keeping some big
Forgive me
secret.
for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known
Probably
of various secret
for the sake of everyone
investigations
else.
into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you?
She definitely seems like she's putting up a huge front, keeping everyone out from getting close or understanding her.
About my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
She must be going through something awful.
Everyone in her inner circle
She has to
noticed
have a
that she is
reason for
hiding
being
some
like that.
secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Like what?
Oh? Like what?
Oh, like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon
What?
experience just such a scenario.
I mean, if it makes her cough it up, but I don't know. She has to have a reason for hiding it. I mean, is it gonna put her people in danger if she tells the truth?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
I think I know who to call. What? Who? The Fatui?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in
Oh.
a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
What
I
a
fear that
weird
I will
party.
cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right.
I'm glad they're not at each other's throats
To
anymore.
cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has
Well,
brought us
I guess
together
she
to
was never
discuss
really at
something.
Navia's throat.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
I feel bad we're forcing Farina to give away information that she obviously has a reason for not giving away.
One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see.
She's so
And
cute.
what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
Cute!
Do go on.
Why are the characters in Fontaine just like
In that case,
such a tier higher than all
do
the
any
other
of you have
nations?
experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits.
Why are we
receive
having
the
this
bait
conversation?
and
What does this have to do with
naturally enter
trapping
the snare.
Farina?
Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Aww.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
As always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Interesting conversation. There was a lot of dialogue in that conversation.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Hyman thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Hyman doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Hyman sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Hyman didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Hyman's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for
The
tea.
heck? Oh, is this like Mona's master?
From saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives
Why
of
is
the gods.
future the one word that she's saying
Things
differently?
happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive.
I don't fucking understand poetry or nothing.
About? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things
I guess she
are
does say some words
insignificant,
differently.
but
It's like a
others
very,
we
very
must
vague
reach
accent.
out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Why'd she leave us her cup?
Alright, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are
They seem
very
like a cute
important.
friendship.
How can people allow their lives?
That's right! Hyman's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was
Relatable.
cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
Jeez, Paimon, what the heck? What a creepy thing to say. Dial it down, Paimon.
I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal.
This is giving me the big Mona love.
But fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about
She's
astrological
so cute.
principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like.
Oops. What the hell? That kid just scared the shit out of me.
Huh? Our names are written in this
Oh,
newspaper.
God.
What's going on? Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Feels like there's gonna be... Ugh. Oh my god, I hate that so much. Mother... This drives me insane. I'm just clicking through it. If anybody is in here that wasn't here yesterday, I'm only clicking through it because I have a backup account where I'm gonna rewatch it.
Lynette's not joining us
I've had her follow still. Today we'll be looking when Caesar before long. I had to pull.
Hopefully that was all I needed to do. Bro, how annoying. I hate that. They really should give you the option to, like, suspend a quest. I don't even care if it makes me restart. Just don't make me do it.
Get a load of this guy.
I only agreed.
Much obliged, sir. Yesterday morning, I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure.
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the...
Please, sir, no...
Possibility the weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that.
Oh, my pride is a...
Your pride?
I want to find out that...
What would that...
This is...
Renzo? Is that...
Another day.
Oh, come on!
If I wanted your life...
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I...
Oh, this is...
This guy's hammered.
He wonders why he can't get a girlfriend. Despite
Damn!
being...
Shut up.
Drag him! Oh my god. This guy's a fucking savage. Are we done?
I think it's high time I made a move.
No, the reason why you can't get a girlfriend is because your mustache looks fucking weird.
Be my guest. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Okay, how long do we need to do the staring for?
Totally. He's gotta be
I think so too. That guy at Mondo's...
Okay, it's gotta let me do it now. How many times am I gonna do that? Unacceptable! Was I supposed to stay in there? No.
You okay there?
Oh, I say wait.
So he was...
Hey,
Let's
don't
go. Shut
Don't
up.
And that's not a good...
I literally could not care less.
And there he goes.
Shh. Don't say anything and don't look back.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick nap and just keep mashing X. You guys let me know when it's over. Good night. Is it over? Fuck.
Hey, quick. Look, that's the limited edition, only 16. It was so delicious the last time. One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after... Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Wait, did he really...
That's right.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's
Brother.
Then what if
Oh
someone
my
said-
god.
Well,
Oh, the no, it's this.
I literally could not care less about this right now. Let me go. Release me.
These 2 slices are for you.
oh, you know Seachwing?
I don't care.
I sure do. She said that I've got something else to do, so
You guys hear me eating a snack.
Let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake...
Oh lord, that's a sour
More
snack.
delicious than Sure would be nice if we could always see
What? Oh. I like made my face spasm. Alright, can we get back to the good ship?
Oh, we're near the Seabird office.
Alright, cool. Me and Paimon were about to get into fucking fisticuffs. I'm about to punch her right in her fat ass head.
If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's alright, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
That's all Paimon needs to hear.
Really? Oh, you're the best.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all
Is the sound of me eating these Skittles loud? I don't want you guys to hear me eating them.
We thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
Cute. Are they in love?
Daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Charlotte, we got other shit going on right now, okay?
So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Ah! I dropped my phone.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid!
Cute.
Tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Damn, she's going all the fuck out.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway,
This is cute, but it's a very long
and on that
conversation.
note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That was a quick little filler episode there.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking, if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, What would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
I'm trying to eat these as quietly as possible. You guys have to let me know if it sounds gross or you want me to stop. Because I'm trying to be quiet, so I feel like you can't hear me, but if you can hear it and it sounds gross, you have to tell me, or I'm going to be mad.
It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide. Not at all.
You can't hear it? Okay.
I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well,
A riot?
I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina.
Poor Farina.
They found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
I'm eating sour Skittles and, like, my face is twitching so hard right now.
She claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more
Okay, I'm done eating them. I never really liked sour things either, but my husband thinks it's hilarious when I eat sour things because of my reaction. So he makes me eat sour shit all the time. Now I kind of like it.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but
I want a McDonald's Sprite so bad right now. You guys have no idea.
when Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
Did anyone else have a phase where they were younger they would eat super sour things? I don't think so.
To slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that
I feel like I can't, like, my tongue is a little numb. Straight up lemon slices. No. No, I never did that. Are you okay? Do you need help?
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
How many primos am I at? guys are really out here just eating lemons? I feel like that would like make my body like spasm. I would probably black out. I'm glad Ryan's not in this chat right now, because if Ryan heard us talking about this, he would make me go buy a lemon and make me eat it to see my reaction. Next time Ryan's in my chat, no one bring that up.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Poor Farina.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Oh.
It is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Really quick, I was just gonna say, it's totally fine to take a break from studying, watch a little bit, but don't get too carried away. Make sure you do your studying. You just gotta get your school out of the way, and then you can be done with it. Also, my dog just let out, like, a literal massive fart. Like, a room-ending fart. And it smells really bad. I just wanted you guys to know that.
Who did that
Oh my god, it smells like rotten eggs.
Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tell their Archon. I must teach them a lesson.
Oh my god.
I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Oh, poor thing. My dog is literally always up to some kind of shit.
The Hydro Archon's over there. Quick, after her.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off.
I am desperate to know what she is keeping. Excuse me, what she is keeping from us. If Fontaine is much sadder than, like, Sumeru, then it's gonna make me cry really hard. Because I cried at the part where Nahida was crying in Sumeru. I cried, like, a lot.
Come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Navia can be your little present for doing well on your exams. But you have to do well on them or you can't get Navia. That's the rules. I don't make them. I just enforce them.
it caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh, what the fuck?
What's happening? The ground's
Oh
shaking.
no.
Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Poor thing.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys
Rena,
no
for
rules.
real, has it the hardest out of all the Archons. I mean, yeah, Nahida was imprisoned, but Rena's about to literally lose her entire nation.
But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
She just can't help herself.
Take any of what I just said seriously.
It's definitely a defense mechanism.
Fall to the whims of trivial prophecy.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes.
Are we about to find out?
You came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
What the fuck? Oh! Oh, I feel so bad for her. Oh, I can't stand it. Oh, poor thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
I hate that she had to be trapped. I understand it, but I hate that for her.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady
Okay,
Farina,
bitch.
what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time,
That gave me chills.
I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Calm down, buddy.
Now we're making
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
Alright then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, When something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all
I feel like we're giving our villain
Fontainean
speech where we reveal our whole plan.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a
Lord, why'd they do? They did a lot for all that.
For all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh?
Aww.
Is that
She was
so?
trying. She
Then
was
I
getting
suppose
there.
I must have missed my final chance.
It takes a lot for someone who's been
It's fine.
protecting her people for hundreds of years to open up.
It's done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the
Why will that help us?
interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher,
Lord.
alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. But the Tui Harbinger, she's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly
I'm
lost
surprised
my
you're
eyes
able to
on
just, like,
Grenavia.
tell Charlotte all of
To be
this.
honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated
So weird
to your
hearing him
conduct
talk.
as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's
What?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. Decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat
This is making my heart beat quickly.
as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
What do we know to be special about Farina?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Then who the fuck is the Hydro Archon if it's not
What I
Farina?
sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Lady Farina,
is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove?
Can't they just ask her to show the gnosis, which she doesn't have?
Everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in
Starts
this very
twerking.
opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
The opposite. Farina actually has no control.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
Ow.
Rules that all should respect and follow.
I'm like so invested in what's happening, I keep forgetting that I'm on stream. So if I'm not speaking, it's because I'm like glued to this right now.
The structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how can they
Wait,
give up all their power?
pause. Okay,
Can a god
so
with no power
Farina doesn't actually wield Hydro. She just summons her little feller. She's not actually wielding any Hydro damage. This is like blowing my mind a little bit. I also have to pee. Hold on, I'm so sorry. I know it's a horrible place to stop, but give me like a minute. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. I think I muted myself. Can you guys hear me? This is not my headset, it's my husband's. I don't know how the fuck to work it. Let me know if you guys can hear me.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse. Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right?
Okay, we'll just wait. Don't tell me.
You loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true,
Okay,
she
thank
really
you.
has committed a grave offense.
Thank you for telling me. I know I ask that all the time. I'm sorry.
And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal? Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
We can't prove she isn't the Archon. We can try to prove she's just a human. If she's only human... Damn it.
Doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be...
What evidence can prove that Farina is a human? Maybe this one, because she was wrong? Fuck! I'm always really bad at these. Oh, is it just that she could be dissolved? Are we gonna kill her to prove our case? We're just gonna murder her?
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
How did Navia get that in a container?
The real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
What if she's not actually from Fontaine? Oh my god, my freaking heart is pounding right now.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come...
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
So that was also a trick.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence? Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's
That was
a great
wild.
thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
I mean, she kind of has a point.
Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Hyman doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
I want to laugh at that, but I can't right now.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
He wasn't expecting it.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro
Interesting.
Archon, guilty to be punished via
What?
the death
What?
sentence.
What? But she's not the Hydro Archon.
Sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death?
But she's not the Hydro Archon.
We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
So how do we know it's talking about her?
The Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me.
Fremine, why?
If I may interrupt.
What a strange person to be interrupting.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top
Okay,
priority.
alright, tell us what you're here for. Come on. Oh, he found the other piece.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a while, but has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
What?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
So are they like returning to the sea then?
The Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Select to check the descriptions on the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents in the incidents record in the interview notebook. There you can verify set of content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. Lord, how much of a tutorial is this? When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy will be revealed. Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydra Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydra Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydra Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydra Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydra Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
The real events related to the prophecies on the slate. I don't know the Navia one. Damn it. The real event that has to do with people being turned into humans?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
I missed that a little bit. I don't know what that meant. The stone slates in the ruins showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. Okay, yeah. So something to do with a sin.
What is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Okay.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Oh my god, what? Scared the shit out of me. Just heard like a super loud noise, but I don't know what it was. What is this one? Crying on her throne alone? Running late, are we? I don't know, that one? No?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly
How the hell do you keep hot water in your shower that long?
Come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
I run out of hot water in like 15 minutes max. I can't even finish washing my hair half the time before the water's cold.
But won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court.
You shower with cold water? Okay, psychopath.
To take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
I like to burn my skin off. If my skin is not on fire and bright red by the time I get out of the shower, I didn't have a good time.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Okay, so that's why they dissolve. They're not real.
Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro
What the
Archon.
fuck? Can you imagine finding out that you're not a fucking human?
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
That
was the crime. Does that mean Farina has committed that crime also?
From the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
For the third slate, I'm still convinced it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, The previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings.
So what happened to
Wishing
the real
have those
humans?
experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
What do you even do with that information?
Too much information for me. I think I'm
Right?
just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
I don't want to fucking know that.
But if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Then doesn't that mean the next phase of the prophecy?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
What could be worse than everyone dying?
Cause of a catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
The evidence that verifies the intrusion of the primordial sea into the fortress of Meropide.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only
Oh.
be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh fuck, what's happening? Why does it hate us so much? Not the foul legacy. Oh, the music is so cool right now. Holy shit, man. Oh shit.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land.
Guess a
far
child's
sooner.
just been fighting that thing by himself this whole
He must have been
time.
fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
I actually don't know what they're talking about. The relationship between Child and the whale. It must be something I skipped over.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
If this is all about fate.
Prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
I haven't seen it yet? Oh, okay. They were just talking about it like it was supposed to be common knowledge. What is her real secret? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to
What?
carry out the death
What?
sentence.
What? What do you mean?
No, I still need answers.
What is happening? She's so pretty.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just
Is
too
that the original
easy.
Hydro Archon?
I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all
I love her voice
because
too.
of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve.
It's weird to hear it coming out of
Fontaine
Farina's
condemned to be
face, though.
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part
Right?
of the god.
Anyways, I cursed her.
All to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Excuse me.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
And all she could do was act. Bruh.
invited you to come onto the stage. Now, august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Titus. He is standing up on my desk chair right now. Desperately trying to get my attention. What? You guys, I'm so sorry. I have to go let him out. He's about to, like, pee on my floor. I'm so sorry. You're a monster. You know that? Why are you the way that you are? Let's go.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste.
I'm back. I'm sorry. Hold on.
The water possesses a depth of flavor.
I'm so sorry.
Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to...
Dear audience, the performance is extreme difficulty.
Fighting her mental barriers. Do not do this to me.
Come on out, right here.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Justice is blindsided.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards?
I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about my ping. He was teaching you? Good movie.
Right now.
My fucking internet is driving me insane. I told you guys I'm gonna open a fucking GoFundMe to get me better internet. Because I cannot stand this. I love when he has that whole monologue. Golden ticket. Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Or Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory.
Who's that? Who's calling me?
Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
Her voice.
Have you
She
heard
sounded
of it?
so
What prophecy?
innocent and like she had no troubles.
Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me.
She doesn't even
You
care
spoke
about the
so
suffering
much
part.
and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but
It's crazy how different her voice sounds when she's not playing her
I'll
role.
try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to
Oh,
play this
Farina.
role?
To accomplish this mission, You will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Oh.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ahem! Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon.
Aww.
Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage.
Oh, I hope you feel better.
Ownership of this opera house. Would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
So they want her to be an asshole?
Turn them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
This is by far the most interesting Archon quest in the game. By far. I've never been this intrigued in what's happening before.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not?
Bye, Lula.
Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
As for the specific parameters you
God,
asked
she must
to
have
take
felt
note
like she was suffocating. The prophecy closing in, and she knows there's nothing she can do but keep pretending like everything is fine.
As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it.
All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I have so much love in my heart for her
Lady
right now.
Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the
Her
institute.
voice went back to herself there for a second.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
500 years. Wasn't that like around the time when the Traveler's sister was here the first time? I don't know all the lore, but isn't that like the same time when that happened? And that's how long Farina's been doing this?
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings
She
me
sounds like
great
she is
joy
crying
to
her
meet
eyes out.
Such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
I want to hug her so badly. I feel like Farina has just become my favorite Archon.
Interminable. So lonely.
Wait, isn't that the line that you can hear in the fountain? It's like exactly what she says.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
She's just a precious little angel.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
My stomach just growled so loud.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to
Oh
be
shit, I
done.
forgot my dog outside.
To
He's fine.
deceive
It's
the
fine.
heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
I literally
And then
cannot wait to
I
redo
became
this
one
quest.
with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by
So is she
Celestia.
basically saying if it kills her, it can save the people of Fontaine? But she needed that 500
So the
years to
Oratrice's
save it
call
up?
for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Is that not what
The
Focalor
destruction
is?
of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon
She's giving him the
to
Gnosis?
the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
No, she's not giving him the Gnosis. She's giving him back the power they took
all you've done
all that time ago.
throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I'm slow. My bad, guys.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Hmm.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the
Or
god
is it
of
the Gnosis?
justice.
Is that what the Gnosis is? Is that
And
power
it
that they
not
took?
just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So,
Okay, I'm
if
going
the
with the
theft of
Gnosis is like the
primordial sea's
embodiment
might was
of what that
Fontaine's
dragon power
original
is.
sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself,
I have no idea what that
or
means.
all other Fontainians,
The rest of the third wit, yeah, I have no idea what that means. That must be something I missed.
far too long. Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as
Then why say it beforehand?
you
Just let me experience it as it happens.
things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervilette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
It just like gave me chills. Oh, Farina. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, Nuvi. Oh.
I, Iudex Nervilette, hereby declare People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
I literally have like chills over my whole body right now. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish I had it in Japanese.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature.
That's fucking
We
badass.
should seize the opportunity to pursue our
I mean, I just said I want it in Japanese, that way I can hear Trafalgar Law whimper in my ear, but I mean, to each their own.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Blech, I hate it. Yucky. Ugh. Still, I just love the way it looks. It's so pretty.
Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
The music is so good.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Emerge, right now, right here.
Mind the side effects.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour.
Oop.
Continue to trigger its hostility. When its will present itself.
Taking a turn for...
Settle down! Be sanctified.
God, I love the music in here.
Protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Ah!
Manifest the authority.
Why did he just full heal? Did I kill him? I agree, the music is awesome. Why did it just flop like that? I did not like that. Get fucked, you stupid whale. Skirk. Everybody says that she looks like Jing Liu. Yeet! Why did she yeet him like that? Oh my god!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a
Master's
feeling that would happen at
pet.
some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
I love her boots. Look how cute they are.
Managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
I really like her tone.
Still nothing?
She's very like...
How about the Visionary?
I don't even know how to describe it.
Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from
Right?
my master. I don't actually know them either.
I love
But
randomly
suppose
getting
you
information
understand
about
what
other
it
people.
is. My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words,
I really like the way she looks. I like her design a lot. If she's gonna be playable, which I assume she is, she might be like my next Navia, like the next character that I just have to pull.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Well, that's beautiful. How are they in the water?
Help! Over here!
No, I agree 100%. She might be the first character I save a long time for. And open my husband's wallet if necessary. Ooh, yuck. I don't like the sight of that. I'm real weird about things being underwater like that. Okay. Hello, father. Daddy to the rescue. What if they hit someone with that? My dog is barking. He's like, let me the fuck in. The Noah! Bonk? Am I being horny bonked? I don't even care.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Wow. Holy shit, what an intense moment. Oh my god. Farina, oh my goodness.
The prophecy was wrong.
I liked that. My dog is probably so mad at me right now for not going outside and getting him. He can wait, it's fine. Oh, cute!
The soul renewed. The Serenity Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia.
Oh, the crane that dropped was the bonk.
And we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia's
Am I a joke?
seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, burner brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account
Well,
of
I loved this Archon quest. My favorite one by far. Farina is now my favorite Archon. I loved it. 10 out of 10. I don't know how they're gonna do better than this in Natlan. Is that how you say it? Natlan? Natlan? I don't know how they're gonna top it. This was incredible.
to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
War and crime only. I'm telling you guys, Natlan's gonna be the one nation where we don't walk in and basically get placed under arrest. Because we have been under arrest in every... We've not been arrested, but we've been told we're being arrested in every single nation.
Sure, we'll get to see that Duke.
So Natlan's gonna be the first one that we're not. I'm telling you.
Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different.
Okay, I have to go get my dog. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's fucking pissed. I'll be right back.
There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Ow, motherfucker. I'm back. Do you ever just like smash your knee into a fucking desk? Because I just did. Okay. We gonna go talk to Farina? I would like a conversation with Farina, please. Also Navia. I'm okay with the Navia convo. I support crime? Oops.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings
Dang,
you all here?
she didn't even get addressed by name.
We're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about
Weirdo.
finding stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Cloran?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before
Oh
the
my
duel.
gosh, Charlotte.
About what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake? Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate. Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants...
It's like me for real.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look...
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture.
Okay,
All
Charlotte.
right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
Oh,
Wow,
so cute. A
you
troll.
really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first. Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Can never be too sure. Only get that comment 500 times a day. I'll just tell you guys really quick right now before I forget. I'm going to have to tell everybody later. Hello? My voice just cracked like a little boy. Next week, starting on Thursday, I'm going out of town and I'm not going to be home until after the new year. So I'm not streaming on the 21st hello? No, I'm not streaming on the 21st, which is next Thursday, and then I won't be streaming again until the new year. So, yeah, I'll make an actual post about it, but I just wanted to mention it. It's not, I guess, a real vacation. I'm from Florida, and that's where my family lives, and I haven't seen them in like a year and a half. So me and my husband are driving to Florida to go see my family. It's like a 16-hour drive. I'm excited. Am I enjoying the Archon quest? Yes, I actually really loved it. I would say this has been my favorite Archon quest by far. I really liked it. I'm excited to make Ryan play it. Maybe I'll make him play it this weekend so I can watch him play it, see how he reacts. He probably won't care as much as I did. I know he really likes Farina though, so he might like it.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh?
Charlotte can just walk the fuck up in here now.
Looks like you've been missing us.
I have been missing you.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me.
Charlotte looks like she would bark for him.
Focus of your interview.
And who wouldn't, honestly? Thank you. I'm sure I will still be like posting like normal, making memes, because I gotta post them things as soon as they come to my head or I forget. So I'll still be posting while we're in Florida. I'm just not gonna stream. My parents literally live in the middle of nowhere in Florida, so streaming would not happen there.
No need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this
I love him teasing these people over and over again.
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people.
My stomach is growling so loud. I'm so freaking hungry.
Like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is present
The bowels.
in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo.
It is pretty
of this
safe
couple
where
of
they live.
researchers?
Calm, meh. They live. Florida is like a wild place, and so they live around like a bunch of rednecks basically, and it's a bunch of trucks and loud people who are like, the louder I rev my engine, the bigger my wiener is. And we actually got married there. Here, I'm gonna pause this for a second. We got married at my parents' house. That's where our wedding was. And they were like driving by purposely revving their engines during our wedding. When I think back on that, it just fucking pisses me off. Florida boys. That's why I left Florida. Can't stand them.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you,
I'm also lactose intolerant. Twinsies. I still eat dairy though, 'cause fuck that. I don't give a fuck. I'm metal. I don't give a shit. I will eat a whole block of cheese and suffer later.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the
You guys can have all the lore. All the lore you need.
Mr. Jurier, Miss Lorvine.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
I went to high school in the smallest county in Florida. The actual smallest county in the state of Florida is where I went to high school. And the people there, as you can imagine, were I ain't gonna say too much, because watch somebody that I went to high school with find my stream and be like, you're such an asshole now.
Anyway, regarding that
You moved to a
harbinger,
big city,
I'm
you
not
know
sure
you're an
if you remember,
asshole.
But his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
I don't give a fuck.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good.
Do we just not get to talk to Farina?
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks.
Yeah, the Florida memes are literally all true. Like, literally everyone you see, I promise you it's true. That's why I'm so dumb, you guys. You're like, why are you so dumb? It's because I went to public school in Florida. That's why. I still remember my first time, like, walking through the desert and seeing Fontaine for the first time. Your grandparents live in Florida? I have one grandparent left, and he lives in Japan. He's all I got. Whee! Okay. We have to be nearing the end, right? Oh, I forget Farina has a story quest. Maybe I'll do that on stream next.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it?
That was suggestive.
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make
No.
some more friends?
I love Lynette. I love her personality.
Pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
He's like, help me.
Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic
Aw.
shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Oh, you poor thing.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte
Your
says
kitten?
she wants to take
How
a
old is the
picture of
kitty?
us.
Got it.
I feel you. My dog likes to destroy anything and everything. He really loves dryer
She
sheets.
got rid of everyone the moment she realized.
Oops,
Father
I didn't mean
says
to do
that
that.
you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to
I'm actually extremely allergic to cats.
What's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervilette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's
What?
noses to her as a
Of course.
diplomatic gift.
Cute.
A diplomatic gift? A nose?
The kitty, I mean, not the noses.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard
Register her to vote?
it seems that Monsieur Nervillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's
Shut up,
returned to
Paimon.
Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. I think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by
Quit
such
whining,
a simple
Titus.
switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've
Okay, well I guess I can agree to like her. Now that she's no longer speaking
no one
like...
truly knows what the future holds.
She was speaking like very underhandedly, like every comment she made sounded nice but was also an insult. I cannot stand that.
As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
No, I'm not talking about my sister. I didn't even know Ryan was home. He just shouted at me. It scared me.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right.
That's our reward for the Fontaine Archon quest. A magic pocket.
Magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now.
Milkshake. Okay, well, first of all, milkshake and lactose intolerant is pain as it is, but also being sick, you are literally asking for, like, to shit out your stomach. That's your own fault.
Will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off.
Okay, I know there's a little bit left, but I have got to go. I gotta get off stream. I've been on stream for way too long, and my food is here. So, I'm gonna head out, but I will be back on Saturday, and we'll maybe do Farina's Archon quest and finish this one up. So, I'm gonna head out, but I will talk to you guys later. See See ya.